Hello and welcome by the monthly Crazyhouse Arena. First game against variants only, we'll see. He didn't play rook a3, so I guess we'll have a serious game. Or a serious opening, of course. a4, rook a3, it's a very serious game. Okay, that's castle. And he wants to trade the 2 pieces for the rook and pawn, and maybe try queen h5 or something. Kind of feel like going bishop here, maybe. If he takes on f6, I'll take the queen. Can be bad. But then again, just knight g8 might also be fine, but I don't like it because it's not that active. Also maybe knight f4. I guess I'll go knight f4. Prevent the queen from going to h5, attacking g2. Multi-purpose move. And if he takes back, I'll probably just take... Hey, thanks Knight McGryphon, welcome to the chat. Yeah, so take f6 and I'll probably just take back with the bishop. Okay, so now definitely bishop h5 comes to mind. I could take this even still after, but he might play g4. Okay, so if I take, he plays knight g5, king takes. Let's just see what happens. And if he takes the bishop, I can take with the queen. And then things look okay for me. This knight maybe can come quickly to d4, for example. Okay, I'll have to take this back. And I'll see what he comes up with. He cannot take this with the knight, of course, because of queen at e2 mate. He can try maybe some bishop check to annoy me. And to defend a bit. Bishop c4, bishop b3. He might try one of those. I want stuff at the back rank. Okay, so knight h8, king g8, bishop f7. King f8, rook f7, take the rook, he takes the knight and I take the knight again. I think I might be fine there. So let's go for this. If he goes rook f7, I take with the queen, he takes with the knight, I take back, and he only has a bishop and queen in hand. Okay, so he goes for this. I have to go pawn f7, I think. Or maybe king g8 was also fine there. Maybe king g8 was better. I didn't not pawn at f6 because then he takes my knight and he goes knight g6 and wins the queen. But still, the pawn won't make that much of a difference. I feel like. But it might. We can try knight d4 now, actually. Because if the knight moves anywhere, it cannot check my king, the knight, and then I can take the rook. Crazy game so far. Alright, I'll go here. But this is really tough already. He's preserved, or I cannot take this knight, and it would be really nice to take it. Move the bishop back, I guess. Prevent mate. And also threatening now rook at d1, knight takes, and queen e2. As well as maybe some knight takes g2 stuff. Alright, let's go d6. I'll trade this bishop for this knight. Feels okay. And also if I can get this bishop into play, my rook is defending. Alright, let's take. Take again, I guess. Yeah, at least now we can develop the bishop with check. Let's take the knight. Now the back rank is safe. And I have a lot of threats. But only half a minute, so I'll need to be quick, because variance only is one of the fastest players around. Bishop e2 seems correct. There we go. Bishop e2 was covering the knight, so he had to move the king to d4 or move back, and then I can mate him. Ah, nice game. Hard game to start. And already people on 8 or 4 points. Hey, thanks for the follow, noob at chess 891. Alright, so we can berserk one. As usual, the tournament on Tuesday, or the daily tournaments as well for that matter, are not without increment. So berserking is somewhat easier than when you play 3+2 or something. Okay, let's castle. And let's go knight at g5, I think. f7 is a bit loose. So maybe if he takes, I'll just sack on f7. Let's see where we go from this. Pawn here, I can just sidestep or take the rook. I guess I'll take the rook if pawn at g3. Noob at Chess asking, how do you learn theory for Crazyhouse? Practice, basically just a lot of practice, and then you come across concepts that don't work. And there's also now, since, well, a few months, a few years maybe, it's getting better and better. There's a stockfish variant for variant play, so also for Crazyhouse, so you can use that to do a bit of preparation as well. And that's where you get the real opening preparation if you want to, but most of the things I do in the opening, especially with this system with white, is just playing a system, playing conceptual chess, Crazyhouse in this, instead of memorizing lines. Okay, so here I think I can take with the knight. Let's try. Oh, did I miss a maiden a couple of moves? Bishop takes e6 was just made in 2. With what move you made? At what move? Then I can check it. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Clinton. Let's see. Ah, here, bishop takes 8. Bishop takes. And then some knight g5. And then he goes back, and I don't have a bishop in hand anymore. So it's hard. So I don't know for sure. But okay, let's focus on the game. Okay, let's go bishop here first. And then pawn at f7. Because now the g4 square is covered. And I was a bit scared about a pawn at h2 or pawn at f2 drops and then a knight on g4. So now we can go here. Now the queen has to go back or don't go to b5, okay. But the bishop is still pinned, so this is almost game over. He can come here. I'll take. And now the bishop, you see the function of the bishop here, covering g4, so no pawn at h2. Ah, you hallucinated, thought I had a queen. That happens. I can use that as well. If I think I have a nice attack, I'll just say I hallucinated. I thought I had mate. Yeah, I can even just take this one, but I'll take f2. No more pawns to drop. No knight check, or at least not a good knight check. And I'm threatening mate on a lot of squares. Okay. We have a strong international master playing. Nice. Good to see. Tornon in the mix. Alright. Nice. So this is usually a tournament where a lot of players are joining. So it won't take too long to get a pairing. And we have Niels G. Let's play bishop b4, since c3 is no longer on the table. And then take on d4, I guess. Okay, take here. If you take b4, I have some knight c2 ideas. And already it's the king is in awkward spots. So now I think I can take the rook, but then pawn e7. So I'll just take the bishop and keep on developing. I'll just take the equal position here because I didn't like the side of pawn e7. I mean equal material wise, and his king is on d2. Yeah, knight just back. No problem with taking d5. I can take with the queen or with the knight. I guess I'll take with the knight, with the queen, knight c3 with the gain of tempo. Maybe then I had queen takes d4, but okay. The knight is also nicely looking at e3 here, and I maybe have some bishop at g5. And if he blocks, I can sack there. Okay, I'll first castle. Get the queen out of the way. Okay, now we're going with bishop g5. Let's go knight b4. Weird position. But his king is still very vulnerable, it feels. Okay, I'll take this. You can try bishop takes h7 and queen c2 maybe. He goes queen c2 first. Okay, let's go knight c4. Saving the knight and then maybe dealing with this strat. Or just knight takes e3. I think I'll just go bishop g6. Don't allow any shenanigans. And especially bishop g6 is now a fine move because he has no pawn f5. So it's just solidifying my position. Okay, now I'll go here. And knight takes e3. Opening up the bishop, so knight takes g2 is available next. Let's just go for it immediately. Maybe rook e8 comes into game. Now we can win the queen. I have 7 pawns in hand. Could make a new back rank, but not necessary for now. Okay. Yeah, the queen was gonna be too much, I think, anyway. Okay, turn on. Let's see. Let's go knight f3, g3. Yeah, okay, so knight c3 first here. If you castle first, there's some knight takes d4 and then some fork, but now this knight is covering e2. And now just trade some on f6. I kind of misplayed this, I think, because I'm just giving him d4 for free. Okay, let's sack a pawn. Let's sack a piece here then. go pawn e5. Or just c3 maybe. Don't like how I played this. I think he has an advantage now. Yeah, that's a good decision. Just going for pawn e2, I think. So go knight f4, cover here. He's renewing the threat. Okay, but yeah, I can put pieces on the board now with the gain of tempo, so maybe he should have tried to play that differently. He can still play pawn d2 now, but I think I'll take, and knight takes f3, and then I drop a pawn on g2. Okay, so pawn g5. If takes, I can take here. And then it gets really wild. If he takes on f4, but that could be a possible line. I just decides to go back. Okay, then I think knight e3 might be prudent. Just put more pressure here, and also blocking off the queen for now. Okay, he's now he's going for this, so I'll take and go pawn g2, unless I'm missing something here. I don't think so, so I'll just go pawn g2. I was just quickly thinking about queen here, but okay, he's going for it. Wow. I was just about to say I think it might not work, but bishop e4, okay, that wins this knight. That's kind of annoying. Okay, but he takes it like that. That gives us a choice. We could take the knight, could move the queen. I mean, could take the rook, cannot take a knight. I think I'll just take the bishop. Yeah, now I can maybe try to create some threats on f6. But my king is, for now, less safe than his. Okay, let's go queen e7. I don't know about this. Yeah, he just plays that. That's a bit too easy, allowing that. Okay, I'll take and go bishop e8. And see if he finds out how to win here. There is a win in the position, but it's not so easy to find it. Ah, he finds it. Knight at h4. Well done. He should mate me now. Yeah, I don't think I can defend against this. So bishop e4 might be the cleanest way. But knight at h4, that's basically the starting move that ends the game. Hi Abby. It's not so easy to find a forced mate, of course, but it should be there. And Tornon, knowing, well, it's a strong player, so he'll find it. I'm just gonna make him find it, and then move on to the next one. Because yeah, he has to find it, because I have some tricks still. If he doesn't mate me, or if he doesn't make if he does make a mistake. Okay, so goes pawn g3. All right, I'll take. He's struggling a bit. He still has a better position. But this is not... bishop takes g3 was not necessary. Yeah, Clinton, I think you're right. I think something like that sounds good indeed. And also here in this position, when you've played this, you should just decide to go for knight f3 and then queen takes f3 to cover the back rank. But okay, still, I'm losing here, so I shouldn't be the one talking. Let's go back. To try to find safety on c1. When the king is on e3, he has something like knight c4. Pawn e3, good move. I have to move up then. Okay, maybe I can walk here. Or to b1 now. He does have two knights, so it's gonna be complicated. He has just enough here. He has pawn at d2, forcing the king here. And now he has mate in 2. Well done. Good game. And in the end, he never lost the check, so then it doesn't really matter if it takes you 20 moves to mate or 5. He still found a mate in the end. Well done. Okay, it's a strong field today. See some more strong names in the mix. So hopefully we'll have some good games. I'm not sure if I'm going to play the whole tournament. We'll see. At least a big chunk of it is my planning. Alright, we'll play Baka's Knights. As you can see, he played a lot with this player. He has the dangerous combination of being very quick and very strong. Nightmare Gryphon saying, first time I see you lose a game. Hi, I walked into this, but I have rook e8. Okay. Bit of a sketchy start, but we're still here. I'm basically a pawn down now. But my king feels somewhat safe, so that helps a bit. Okay, knight g4 attacking the bishop and defending h6. Okay, let's take and go bishop g4, I think. Yeah. I would like to take and then go with the knight on d4. Okay, now I'll just take on e5, I think. Let's take with the bishop. My king is a bit open, but I might have a quick attack coming soon. Okay, I could play rook h7. Let's go rook h7. Pum pum. Alright, I'll go queen f6. I'm giving him a lot though, rook h7. You might see me lose another game here in the Knight McRifle. Maybe I should have just sacked the queen, but okay. Let bygones be bygones. Now I cannot take f7 with check. That was a bit of the idea here. But still, it feels worse for me. He's just winning the queen now. Yeah, resigns. Getting outplayed 2 times in a row. That was this was punishing of bad opening choices. I just was a pawn down and tried to make something of it quickly, but my king was never really safe. Alright, turn on again. Let's berserk and try to overpower him. Let's just castle. Yeah, and this line is supposed to be bad for black. What to play here? I'm not sure. I think maybe it's queen h5. Let's go queen h5. This is basically the idea, and if you block on g6, there's also maybe bishop takes g6. But maybe there's a more powerful move here. I'll have to check that. But this is if you're still there, noob at chess. This is an example of opening preparation. But then you have to know, I know the line is bad, but you have to figure out why, because I can't remember. And that requires some skill, maybe feel for the game. Let's give up the queen. Should have played knight h5, maybe. I'll play that next. Okay, so I'll go here, pawn e2, rook here. I guess. Or I'm just losing again. Not a good start. Just feels like I'm lost again already. Yeah, sec there. Okay, let's play pawn at d7 maybe. I like material. Let's go knight d6. I'm just losing, but I'm trying one last trick. Now I can take the queen with check and cover mate. Or not with check, but cover mate. But it took me a lot of time to figure this out. Okay, let's try to focus and play quickly. Maybe we'll have a chance. Because he has some problems to solve. I think we have him just in time. Yeah, there we go. Wow. Tense games so far. Only played a couple, I feel like, but already Okay, so king switcher also in the mix. King switcher recently made it to the candidates, so he is now officially a contender for the World Championship title. And yeah, you might say that he had a relative easy path there, but still he deserved this, because there was some withdrawal of JK the Bullfrog in his bracket, but still maybe he just had he would have a good chance against him as well. And he's just overall a strong player. So I'm excited to see how he will perform in the candidates tournament. But I guess we'll have to wait for that a little longer, since well, the winners bracket is almost done. But and that gave us a couple of candidates, but there's still some positions vacated. Let's take with the knight, go e5. G6 is weak. I'll go knight g5 first to cover some squares here. Everybody's playing so strong today. Or I'm just playing weak. Alright, I'll take. What is going on? Pawn f3, I guess. If you take, I go pawn e2 and win material. Okay. I thought he maybe should have gone for pawn e7, but now he can go for knight e7. That's also dangerous. And actually the fact that there's no pawn on h2 is helping white instead of helping me. Because now I don't have any smothered mate tricks with queen g1 and knight takes f2. I do however have maybe just take the rook and take extra material. Yeah, this should be enough. Because I spotted rook at g1. Mates in the end. Oh, I should not pre-move. Okay, now I can take. He could have played king h2 immediately. And then I would have taken the knight on g2 and it would have been enough as well. Okay, so back on track. Got some easier opponents. Let's play e5. Try to push for a quick win. Objectively not the best, but okay, castles, good idea. Let's go here. Win material, or at least some material back. Okay, I'll take and take the pawn. If you take with the queen, I go rook e2. Queen f1, pawn f2 is a possibility as well as just taking g2. Let's go here. And now queen g4, king back, knight f2. Alright. Okay, Deep Floyd. Let's keep the rhythm going. I'll play a bit quicker as well now, because we're spending a lot of time as well on the last couple of games. Knight g5, that's the move there indeed. Knight d5, bishop d8 I think, cover c7, and not allowing takes. And now he repeats, okay. I can repeat as well. And then maybe go bishop e6 and knight d4. Maybe queen h5 is indeed really strong. Let's play knight h6, I guess. I'm getting outplayed again. Wow. Maybe I should not play e4, e5, but because I don't know what I'm doing after move 8. But then again, just yeah, he finds the move. Alright, so bishop g4, I guess. Go here. If he takes my rook, I have to deal with rook 8 h7 mate. I could also just take that. Wow. I'm not seeing anything today. Yeah, right. So g6, I guess. Kick the queen. But boy, am I lost here again. Take. I can go knight h3 and knight f3, but he has knight f6 there in the end. So even that is not helping. Alright, I'll just have to move. I'll go knight d4. Maybe he blunders. Okay, I'll try this because I'm also running out of time. But I'm certain he'll find the correct moves here. Aye. Good game again by Deep Floyd. So three losses within the first 10 games. That's been a while in these tournaments. So people came prepared to beat me. Okay, let's go. Well, we'll not let that bring us down, and just keep on going. Okay, so good idea to not go bishop d3 because of pawn c4 there. Just move your knight, and then sack, because this is actually more annoying than you think. At least that's what I'm always thinking about this. Because now I just castle, and next move I'll go bishop d3, and there's a lot of pressure here. Okay, so he immediately decides to sacrifice the queen to try to resolve the issue, but I still try to go for d5. And yeah, then there's of course possibilities for him to try to prevent that. Okay, that shouldn't be the move. Okay, let's take. Let's sack material. Think go here, should be good. Pawn e6. Threatening mate again, so the knight has to move. Or bishop e8 is also a good defensive move. Covering d7. But I always have this. And my king is relatively safe still. Bishop is on h2, but should be okay defending there with the knight and the bishop. Also sort of defending. Okay, so I'll trade. And I'll take. And creating new threats. If you take with the bishop, there's knight at f7. If you take with the king, I don't know yet what I'll play. Maybe just queen e6 and pawn f7. That looks strong. So yeah. Okay, he wants to attack. Ooh. Good move again, wow. I cannot take. Okay, I have to move here. Bishop takes h2, I totally missed this. There's a really strong idea behind it. There's not, if I take it, he goes knight e2, forcing my king here, and then he takes the knight that has moved to h2, forcing me to take it again. And then he plays knight g4, and my king gets mated because it has to move up. It probably gets mated somewhere. With some queen h2 and queen h5 idea with the knight here. So then I have to go king g3, king f3, and this knight then moves back to check me. It's just too much stuff to calculate with 1 minute left and no increment. So therefore king h1. But a nasty move. But yeah, I'm a bit lucky that if he tries to discover, I think I should be able to survive by just dropping a pawn on h2. Because then if he takes with the rook, then I can take with the knight, because there's no longer knight e2 and the rook trick, since he already sacked the rook. But he might be looking for some knight at g3, takes, pawn f2. Should still be okay, I think. And I'm still threatening stuff here, so. Got me scared there for a while that I was losing again, but I think I should be safe. Bishop f4 is, from the discoveries, I think the best, because otherwise also pawn h6 was an option. Okay, let's go knight f7 first. And now take the rook. If you had gone this way, and there was a mate, so basically forcing the king to a weaker square and better square for me, therefore. And he has no time to attack me because I have queen e8, I mean pawn f7 and rook e8 stuff, as well as queen f7. Or just pawn f7, take the knight. Okay, I'll just take the knight. This should be sufficient. Alright, there we go. Again, tense game. There's been strong Crazyhouse being played today by my opponents, and overall as well. I think Tornon is doing really well. Only lost to me and some other player. Alright, so we get BBS Yule, I guess. So an immediately going for the f2 sacrifice. But usually I'm not that worried about this quick sacrificing a piece on f2 on move 1, on move 3 or 4 or something like that. Move 1 is a bit exaggerating, but no other pieces are developed, so it's really hard to get an attack going quickly. So I can just try to counter or just defend for a while. But here I think countering is good. Forcing something awkward like queen c8. Then I'll just develop bishop f4, e3, bishop d3, or e2. Okay, I'll take. He can take here, and then I can take the queen. Yeah, but he wants knight g4, obviously. But that's not really a problem. I can just go king g3. And yeah, it's getting a bit overcomplicated by trying to counterattack quickly and not just developing first. But yeah, I think I should be fine still. Knight at g4, just king g3. So nothing there, and if he takes the knight I can even just take the knight on g4 maybe. But I was thinking just play bishop f5. Because bishop f5 threatens mate. Now I think I have bishop e6, bishop f7 I mean. And if king here, bishop e6. If king takes, queen e8 of course. So he has to go king here to not be mated. And then I'll go bishop takes f5 and I'll threaten pawn f7, pawn at d7, and he still has nothing. Okay, queen c8 now is mate. Alright. So we won a game again. Slowly but steady we are. Maybe getting somewhere. But still, it's not so easy today. Alright, Tornon again. Let's refrain from berserking. Tornon is on a roll today. Let's play e6, d5. Let's try knight b4 here. Try to switch it up, not play anything down the roads often traveled. Just knight g4. Okay, let's push h5 because I'm going to push h5 anyway if he plays h3. Could go bishop e7. I guess I'll go bishop e7. Offer a trade of bishops. Normally this is a bit annoying, this bishop g5, but now g7 seems safe. Okay, he wants knight b5 and takes, I guess. So I'll just go bishop d7. Yeah, that was to be expected. And I'll go bishop d6 because I want to overcover this. Überdeckung, Nimsewicz would say. And because if he wants to sack and go pawn d6, and I want to take with the bishop on d6 twice. And then I have a couple of pawns to maybe harass him with h4 and pawn at g3. Okay, he's going for it anyway. Good move again. Pawn c7 comes to mind, but bishop takes c7. This is well played again. Alright, I'll go for this. Let's see how he plays. Could have traded as well and then pawn c7 maybe. And was just seeing ghost. But yeah, I was just thinking bishop takes g7, rook h7 should be fine. Okay, now I'll trade. Could go h4, but I think I'll go knight f5 first and then maybe h4. Knight take, rook takes, something like that. Problem if I go h4 is that this knight is hanging, so I need to time h4 correctly. I'm also thinking about putting a bishop back on this diagonal to put pressure on f2. Okay, bishop here. If bishop h4 again, I'll just move the queen somewhere. Only downside is that I cannot castle here anymore. Can I castle anyway? Did I move my king? Always good to check, because I sometimes forget about that. Then it might be a good idea to prepare castling king queen side. Yeah, he wants a queen trade. Logical. I think I'll give it to him and go bishop b6. e7 is covered for now, so not that worried. I might play pawn e7. Yeah, I'll go pawn e7. It's turning out to be probably some sort of positional game. So I might have to include castling somewhere. Or bishop c6, king d7. Bishop c6 is always maybe a good move. Because if I castle, I have to worry about queen a8. So I always need a blocker in hand then. But then again, I'm just using my extra pawn here now. And white has to figure out what to do. Okay, so this is sort of inviting bishop b5. Alright, I'll go bishop b5. If knight f4, I'll castle. Because now d7 is open. I can take the rook next if I want. It's not in a hurry. But he decides to save the rook. Okay, king b8. This is positional Crazyhouse at its finest, I'd say. I'm losing a couple of pawns now. But on the plus side, I'm gaining some initiative. Let's go here. Bishop e2. Yeah, the bishop is doing a good defensive job, but I need some way in as well. Otherwise, I'm just waiting for him to attack me. Okay, I'll take the rook, because that sort of covers c7, since rook f1 is made. Yeah, and I think he forgot about that. Pawn c2. Starting to look okay now. But still, ooh, that's a miss. maybe it was just strong all along. Pawn c2 was just winning maybe, but rook e1 is just allowing mate in 1 afterwards. If you take with the knight, I have rook f1, and if you block, I have queen takes f1. So that's just winning immediately. Okay, so we beat Tornon, and now we might have some chances to catch up. Haven't played King Switcher yet, who is also only lost 1 game. Bugfish. That's Berserk. Okay, he plays with bishop f5 and bishop d6. And this is a trick I love to play. Because now I just want some material. Open up the bishop. Let's go knight h5 first, annoy him a bit here. And then maybe take d5. Yeah, I'll take d5. Let's be a bit gutsy. Knight h3, just sidestep. The bishop is covering g2, so not much going on just yet. I have to be careful though, because he probably is going to attack this bishop somehow. So if I have time, I should defend g2 before focusing on countering. So yeah, the queen sacrifice looks attractive, but in this case, I think white is fine. But in some variations, when you go knight h4, you have to always be careful that black will sacrifice his queen. I feel like taking c6 now. Yeah, go bishop g2 and then knight c7 maybe, or knight f6. Right, I'll take. I'm threatening mate now, so as to do something about that. There we go. Okay, now I'll try to trick him to play pawn h3. Yeah, there he goes. Because now he has to block with the knight. If you move the king, you get mated. Doesn't really matter where. Queen drops on e7 or c7. Okay, so knight a6. Queen here. If the king drops back, I get another rook. Let's take here. I'm just taking some material, and then maybe afterwards I need to think about defending a bit. But I think I'm close to mates. Let's just drop the rook here. Now I have bishop f6. If you take, I have queen f8 and queen h6 and queen g5. All right. Some counter-attacking, and this is a nice point. I like to point it out again, and it's also because I have problems with this myself. Over here, realizing here there's only knights and a pawn in pocket, and that pawn at h3 is a really attractive move to play to continue black's attack. And now rook b7, realizing he has to block with the knight, and then you can go on with the attack. It's hard to figure, or you easily forget about the pieces in your opponent's pockets, especially when there's little of them or just the same of a bunch. You can maybe capitalize on that. So always be on the lookout for ideas. Alright, PKNM. Let's berserk back, by the way. Okay. He plays h6. Let's go bishop takes h6 and go for pawn e5. Or if rook takes, well, castles. Castles cannot be the move there, I think, because I'm just winning my piece back now, and I also want a pawn in the process. Okay, let's go knight h4, expose d5. I'm guessing he's going to cover. Okay, he's going back. Okay, then bishop takes d5 looks interesting, but let's not be hasty. Let's just put a bishop here first. Yeah, and pawn g5. I was relying on this to be good, but I might be wrong. I want pawn e7. He's now probably figuring out if trading helps him or not. And I'm not sure. If he trades, I also can play bishop e7 to take the knight instead of the rook if the queen moves. So it gives me another option, but the bishop is sort of blocking his king a bit. But I guess maybe he can take here, I'll take here, he takes back. This knight, oh, he has to watch out for queen h7, so I take his queen, he takes my knight. Doesn't work for him, because then I have queen takes f6. It looks too good. So I think he should move his queen, yeah. Okay, queen d2 looks interesting. To go queen g5. Okay, he blocks. Let's just keep on moving, keep pressure on the clock. This looks really good for me as well. Position, looking at the position, and not just the time situation. take here. Go knight e6. You cannot take that because then the queen and knight work perfectly together. So here. Okay, now the knight and queen also work nicely together. Queen d7, queen to b7. So always be on the lookout for a nice way to make the queen and knight work together and not be in the way of each other. Alright, KGB. Coming in with the quick check. Alright, I'll offer the trade of bishops. Usually the knight goes to c3 or d2 anyway, so I'm okay with this. Okay, let's go knight e5. Trade a knight h5 looks interesting. Next, just bishop f3 maybe, bishop h4. Yeah, bishop f3 now. If rook g6, I intend to take. Go bishop h5. And just say, okay, I'm solid. Rook here. Again, he has no pawn in hand, so he has to block with a piece, and then I go pawn h6, win set piece. And yeah. Okay, so he goes there. Good one. Okay, I must admit I underestimated king g8. Okay, but I have some sort of trick maybe. If he takes the rook, I can take on c6. Win back the rook here. Not ideal, but oh well. And the other point was that if he takes the bishop, I have pawn f7, winning the queen. So I think this is the right decision, but now he has another decision to make, where to put the queen or how to deal with this. He has found a good idea. Let's go d5. If you were wondering why I take the knight and not just go king h1, he has rook g1, and then I have to take, and then he has the standard smothered mate with knight takes f2. Okay, so let's just go knight f8. Promote the queen if he takes. But he has a lot of pieces in hand, so if he manages to survive, he just left the game. Hopefully he can reconnect in time for him. I can drop my pawns here, and it looks risky for him. But if he can get out of this, he should be winning. He has a lot of pieces. For example, a knight g5, if he gets time for that to attack me. It should be really good for black. But practically speaking, white is probably better. Alright, bit lucky that he disconnected and I didn't have to prove all my sacrificing. Alright, dust ball next up. Knight of 6. Okay, I'll take and go queen e7 first. And then knight e5 can come. Okay, now I can take on f3 or take on c6. Ah, I must slipped. That's too bad. Okay, so now I'm definitely worse, of course. But yeah, we'll try to make something of this. Okay, let's take here and try knight e4. Of course, I just wanted to take on f3, but ooh, now this feels. He can move to e2. There's still room for the king to move, but or to g1 and h2. But I've told you this before. You have to be really careful allowing sacrifices if your bishop is still on f1. Could have played pawn f2 as well, but this is fine still. Let's try to win the knight. Rook f2, also a possibility. Rook f2 and take f3 might have been better. But now I'm threatening to take the knight. Let's see. Queen h4 looks good. Okay, that's at least winning the queen. I'll just take the queen. Don't worry about mating patterns yet, or finding some b5 and then forcing mating sequence. Let's go pawn d5. The knight's covering b2 retreat, so that's useful. Okay, pawn here. b5. Queen at c4 is mate if he moves back, so, and otherwise queen at a4. Knight covering b2 helps a lot. Makes the job a lot easier if you know that the king won't reach his back rank where his pawns are, providing potential safety. Okay, so we have overtaken Tornon. And we have quite a streak now. Alright, so there's getting warmed up. E6. Let's go bishop b4 against this. Just and d takes. Bishop h5. I want to go e5, I think, and then bishop g4. Let's take and go bishop g4. Stick to the plan. And yeah, as white you can just defend f3, you can also try to go after my king. I'll go h6 and take. Okay, we get this, okay. It opens up my king a bit, but I think it's not so bad for me. because he has no way in just yet, and I'm already trying to counter aggressively and not giving him time to set up his attack. So he could try knight f5, yeah. I think I'll just go bishop g7. And take, and then I'll go knight h3. Okay, I'll go knight h3 now. Pawn e2 seems interesting. My king is relatively safe on h7. And I'm threatening mate, so knight takes h6, I'll just take. Ah, he missed the smothered mate. Always be careful for the smothered mate when a knight is on h3. And that's just the basic smothered mates, but there are other possibilities as well. With a knight check first on e2, but when there's knights around your king and your opponent has a rook or a queen in hand, just be on the lookout for sacrifices. On g1, smothering your own king. Okay, I'll take. Go pawn h5. I think I'll let him take and just go h6. Could also take back with the pawn, but I think taking back with the queen is good. If knight e5, I can go queen g3. Get a double attack. Yeah, now I can just take, and if he takes my queen I can promote. And he has to play bishop f8, otherwise knight g7 is mate. If bishop f8 he could go king e7 and then I take his rook back. And then I'm down a queen for a rook, but I have a promoted pawn on the board as queen, so I should be better there. And his king was also just going to be crushed. Okay, a couple of wins in a row. Good stuff. Let's see, maybe we get the king switcher next. Yeah, just there we go. I saw he wasn't playing, so I haven't played king switcher in a while. We'll see. Let's play knight f6. Knight c6 and just d5. Okay, comes with bishop c4, then we have to play e6 basically. Because if you move the knight somewhere, bishop takes f7 is just too powerful. I'm looking at pawn at h3 now. If g takes... Yeah, I think I'll go pawn h3. It's a bit sacky, but it looks really interesting. If bishop takes d5, I take back. And now I want knight takes. I want to disrupt this king. And this was basically the end of my analysis. And I have some knight e5 ideas if needed. Alright, but I'll go bishop d6. Since pawn at e5 is not going to work, and knight takes h2 and bishop takes h2. Might be annoying. I'm expecting something, maybe some counter attack with knight h5. And then I'll have to decide if I go queen h4 all in or just go rook g8 defend. Or just a pawn at g3 is also very possible. Just defend everything. But at least this pawn h3, I'm sacrificing a pawn, but it's very disruptive. Okay, he goes pawn g3. Okay. So if we go e5, I'm allowing a lot of stuff. But I'm also threatening to take here. So I think I might be going for e5. Let's try it. Let's try to stay active. If pawn g2, I can maybe go knight g5 back. Not the most active move though. I think my opponent is doing a good job defending this. And he's turning out to get a better grip on this position. e4. If I want to sack my knight, of course. Don't think he'll allow it. Also, if you take, I can take h3 in between. Okay, so still a move like knight h5. Expecting that. Okay, he goes bishop here, just attacking my threat. So if queen e7, I guess I'll go queen e7. Tough game so far. Yeah, I think white should be better, but his king is of course in a bit of a struggle. Okay, now a castle, I think. Feels a bit slow to castle, but oh, then he just takes the knight. Okay. Could take on d4 and then pawn f3. Oh, I just made the move already. Yeah. Well, that was not the best move. Okay, but okay. We'll deal with it. Idea here is if queen e1, I take here, knight takes bishop c4. Wins the knight. So I think if you want to save the bishop, you have to sack it first or take c6 and then move the queen. That's a possibility. So yeah, this is, I guess he missed this by taking quickly on the back on. Okay, opening up the rook's defense. So do I want to block on? Yeah, I want to block on b4 because I can take with the knight, and if he takes my knight first, then there's no longer bishop takes f7. So then taking with the queen is okay. Okay, but we're getting in the region where he has to play quickly, and then I have to be precise. Okay, let's take the bishop. Move. Bishop c4 still. Just queen here. Yeah. If takes, I take the knight. I'll take the knight now anyway, I guess. Because knight e3 is somewhat annoying. I'll just go after the queen. Can he do that? He had to take. All right. Yeah, but he had too much time trouble. I pressured him too much on the clock, combined with the position. Nice game, well played. But happy with my performance in that one as well. Could have gone either way. And I guess he missed knight at c3 being. I think it was stronger than he thought it would have been. Maybe if he took bishop takes f4 there, he should be alright. Okay, so I gain up tempo here on the bishop, but still this is fine for white. Pawn e6. And you could take, or you could play knight e5. And you could just try to attack. But at least I have an extra move compared to where the position is immediately played after bishop b5 and bishop c4 instead of bishop c4. So therefore I feel comfortable that if he sacks, I should be able to defend. Okay. Good move, wow. Pawn g5. Very disruptive. I guess maybe I can play knight e4. I'll try knight e4. Because the queen can come to g5 in some lines. So I'm guessing he will sack now. He takes that. My bishop is hanging. That's sort of problem. I think I'll go here anyway. And if knight f3, I think I'll have to take. I don't know. This looks sketchy from my part again. Okay, I'll take. The bishop is hanging, but a knight e5 is coming. I might have to sack the queen here. Alright, I'll go king here, and he takes the bishop with check, and I'll play bishop d6. Because then I'm attacking the knight twice. But he can also just play knight takes e6, maybe. The only thing that good for me is that he cannot play d4 with any positional advantage. He can play d4 now, but then his queen is hanging, so his king is a bit naked still, with no defenders. And my bishops are covering nicely. Hey Kevin, Joel, Nagua, thanks for the follow. Yeah, so this turned out to be okay for me. Maybe you just take the bishop here. It's way stronger because this piece is doing a good defensive job. And now this piece probably gets kicked out of the board, taken off. So for example, you move the queen to defend the knight, I can take, and I have two bishops defending my king, and you have no piece on the board attacking me. So I would think that would be good for black. But yeah, could be wrong. Okay, so queen g4. I'll just take the knight. I was thinking about maybe queen g4 and the knight f3 and some mate, but this is just way safer. Just put pieces on the board while attacking. I'm threatening now some knight at f3. If you take, I have queen takes e2. Okay, put pressure. Just keep on defending g7 basically. That's the only thing I need to do. And it should be okay. Hey, Happiness Bunny, can't sleep, but I'm playing a bit. You can't sleep. What time is it at where you are? Probably like 4 a.m. then or something. If I remember correctly, you're somewhat of a night fox instead of a happiness bunny. But anyways, good to see you in the chat. Let's block on f6 to keep cover on the bishop. That's knight d1. g5 looks nice. Let's go with g5. The queen is under attack now. And also knight f5. Knight f2, I mean. King h4, I can trade queens, king takes, and I have queen in hand for g5. Hey, thanks for the follow, Killer Stapler 420. Right, so king sacrifice. I don't remember this last game. Strong player, king sacrifice, and also a regular in these 5-0 arenas. Let's just play a regular system against them. Let's go G2. H3, 95. Okay, bishop G5. So far, just normal development. Let's take here. I kind of want, if I can take the rook, then I have a rook and a knight, and he has a bishop and a knight. Should be okay. I think both sides are happy here, but I hoped he would have taken the knight somehow. Okay, let's just immediately put the knight back. It's asking for G4, but don't know how good it is. A Killer Stapler here asking if Crazyhouse is more based on intuition than chess. I think so, because we are all coming from the game of chess, so Crazyhouse is the new thing. So that's already one argument, that it's more based on intuition. But also the piece drops make it really a really fluid game. You need to be flexible, and you simply don't have the time to calculate everything. Because with the piece drops there are numerous more possibilities. To deal with. So yeah, you're doing stuff on intuition, and sometimes I do calculate a line to the fullest extension, but most of the times I just think, okay, this must be good. If he takes my queen, I want to take here first. Okay, now I want to take here as well. Some knight d7 ideas to follow up with the open H file. Yeah, so you're correct there, Killer Stapler. So for example, now I'm just thinking, okay, let's not defend, let's attack immediately, and not calculating any concrete lines, but just based on experience. Ooh, let's go bishop e5. Because if he wants to be crazy and go for f2 or something, I should have made with bishop e5 and rook h8 combination. And there's not really, and if he moves the queen, I probably can sack on g7. Or play a move like knight h6 and takes knight f6. And the rook can join the open h file. He should have closed it while he could. He can maybe still play for a move like pawn h4 and just give up the queen and try to defend. Why he goes for this. Let's see if I'm not... Yeah, I can just take the queen. I think this I'll take with the bishop. Yeah. If pawn h2, I probably have to take sometime. Maybe I can play this first. Yeah. And not allow a rook drop with check on the h file. So I'm guessing he'll play bishop e4 now, or bishop at e4. And then I'll have to play knight at f3. Or not have to play, I can still take the pawn, but... Okay, now maybe it's safe to take this. Or you would feel like it's safe to take this, but I think queen at h6 is really strong. If you take the bishop. Because I'm threatening mate on h7, g7, and with a knight drop on e7 then. So starting with, if you take the bishop, starting with queen at h6 instead of trying to find forcing lines. Oh, queen at h6 now still might be the move. Let's see if I'm not mated. Somehow, I think not. If you take with the pawn, I can go knight e7, the king can no longer move to h8, so it has to move here. I go queen at g8. And if you go rook takes, well, you can just go rook takes. I just messed this up. Maybe I just messed this up. What was I thinking after rook takes? Ooh, I just made a mistake. Lol. I was being too fancy. And it was just nothing. Okay, this helps a bit, I guess. Not happy with this. Too fancy. He should have gone to h7 definitely, but he may be scared for this, but this is pinned, so it doesn't work. And now I have queen e5, and if he takes with the rook, the h file is free. Okay, so I can go here. Take with the bishop, I think. The bishop also will be a useful defender for g4 in some cases. And now I'll probably just have to go for a flag. Threaten to take and go knight d5. And queen at e5. So yes, he has to go here. I'll take the pawn, threaten knight takes e8, and then the defender is gone. And he runs out of time, but he was mated now anyway. Takes knight at g8. Okay, a bit lucky there. Queen at e6, so I don't know what I was thinking. GG, king sacrifice. Just too fancy, too focused on the idea of making queen at h6 work. Alright, Blitzer 88. Let's play knight f6. Happiness Bunny, look at me now. You're already in the first page. Well done. I played a bit on autopilot there with Knight f6, knight c6. And you know rule number 1 is never play on autopilot. Okay, but now I can castle and now I might be fine. If a3, maybe take. Okay, I think I have to take here. Not loving this. I think I'll go pawn g4. If knight g5, pawn at h6 is no longer such a problem. So knight e5, and now I can think I can go d6. Yeah, he's going to sack. Even pre-moved it. Okay, but I can go here, pawn here. Now we have a long defensive road ahead of us. Okay, so I'm thinking knight h4. Problem for him is that if he takes here, I can take here. Queen takes g4 doesn't work because I have queen takes f2 with mate. And then maybe I have time to put more pressure on f2 or on g2 before he can take over the attack. Maybe he has knight e4. Missed knight e4. Looks good, knight e4. Yeah, after what I said. Yeah, okay, so maybe he'll play it. We'll see. Then I have to go somewhere. Good move, good move. But where do I move? I guess I'll go to e5. But there are so many good moves for white here in the position. Yeah, the opening was just not good, and me missing at g5. I should have played something else here, realizing knight e4 is good. But alright, we're in this position. Alright, good night, Happiness Bunny. Hope you can catch your sleep. Yeah. I don't see how to proceed. Okay, so maybe rook takes f2 works, but probably not. I'll try it because I think I'm lost anyway, so I'll just go for crazy stuff. And maybe he gets lost somewhere in the complications. That's what I try to achieve, but I think he will manage. And knight takes f2 was indeed the correct move. Hey, thanks for the follow, Clips Effigy. Alright, let's resign this one. Good game, Blitzer 88. Well done. But we had a good run. And in the beginning it was a bit hard to get on track, but here we won like 10 games in a row. King Sacrifice. Yeah, you should be better. Alright, GD Howard. Let's berserk GD Howard. GD Howard usually plays a6, b5 stuff. Yeah, here he goes again. Knowing that I maybe should have played differently, but okay. Just play normal. Let's take e6. Take here. And already this is looking lovely. Bishop takes f3, I go knight here. Okay, queen b4. I must admit I missed that move. We'll see. Mouse slip. I wanted pawn at d3, but alright. Now I'm just worse again. Should stop making mouse slips. Because now the whole point of my plan isn't working because he can pile up on the diagonal. Thanks for the follow, Jessold. Okay, so I'll try to defend for a bit, work my way out of this. This mess I've created. I think he already missed a better continuation here. Maybe move the bishop back, but then again I like the bishop there, so I'll go here. Maybe take with the knight actually. Wasting time. I'll go knight g5. Knight g5 is such a bad move. Hey, thanks to Real Gnesh for the follow. Yeah, maybe you're probably right. I'm just a bit disgusted with myself about the mouse slipping, and then also not finding the best moves. Should take with H, not with F, because mate. This is helping me somehow. Okay, so let's go hard on time. Maybe should have taken on c6. I don't know. Defending seems not necessary anymore. Let's take. Let's see if he finds mate. That's a good move. I should have covered g3, I guess. Must be mates. Feels like he's slipping it or letting it slip. But still, I have no attack, so he can take his time. Yeah, now he has mates into. Okay, but at least I lost 2 in a row and not 1-2 again before losing. Yet another one. So now we can just call it 2 in a row and then get back on streak. Because the multiplier is just so important. If you want to win. Okay, let's play bishop d7. Okay, that's straight, 94. Expecting queen e1 maybe. Okay, takes first. Take with the bishop. Maybe he was afraid of knight here. Or he just wants to attack me quickly. Knights, the c5 square was covered in last game by the bishop. So if he moves his king, it does give me an attack, clips f(g), but if he doesn't move his king, it doesn't help. But please ask if you don't understand something. It's too complicated. Well, you get there. It takes some time. And then you might find that you enjoy the game. Okay, so I want a piece, but my queen is a bit out of place maybe. You can try knight h3. I have to go back. Or queen d2. I don't know. Be active. Okay, queen e3 plates. I'll just move the queen back to e7. So now I'm threatening to go knight h4 and take over the initiative. Okay, so he doesn't want that, so he wants something from me. If I take, he can take back with the pawn. My queen is on the fire. I have to move the queen, and he has pawn g7, forking me. Yeah, this bishop is sometimes even better not developed than just being on f8, clips f(g). So the defensive power indeed. Let's move the king again actually. I think he wants knight takes d5. I just want the king out of this pin. And if knight takes d5, I can take the bishop. So if knight e4, I can take it also as well. And he cannot take my king. He has this discover check. Discovery. Alright, I go knight h4. I have to speed up as well. Thanks for the compliment, Cliff Savage. Loving the explanation. Doing the best I can. Maybe I'm allowing queen g4. I'm not sure. Slavi. Don't know exactly how to pronounce. But anyway, thanks for the follow. Now maybe we can just in time to get back. But interesting game so far. How can you improve fast at Crazyhouse? I think you mean. Number one is playing, but that might be the obvious one. Second one is to try to get a grasp of some concepts and if you go to the link, if you go to this website, it's a website by I guess the most active Crazyhouse streamer, and there are a bunch of useful links there to help you improve if you are, or just explain the rules in general. If you go there, and there are links to some studies with mating puzzles where you can practice with the computer. Basically solving tactics in chess is also a good way to improve. Well, that's the same as solving tactics in Crazyhouse. So I would advise you to go there and try your luck. Okay, I'll take queen takes h2 is now the threat. And okay, I know he's a bit busy, so there's not a lot of new entries probably, but when he was really active, he wrote a lot of stuff there, so be sure to check it out. Going bishop here, because I want rook takes h5, but if I do it now, he has queen takes f8, so I'm luring away the queen from the f-file, and if he takes, I have knight f3, of course. So I'm just attacking the queen while being safe. And now I can take. Because he can take f8, but it's not check, so I have queen takes h2 mate. Alright, back on the board. I think I have the command still at Slavi. If you go here, you can practice mating, Crazyhouse mating, and also mating in a lot of other variants, but also Crazyhouse mating. And you don't need an account. You can create an account, but you don't need it to play the puzzles. But if you create an account, I think it keeps track of your progress. Okay, so sacking out an early pawn here. And it's a bit of a bluff, but because it should just be good for black probably, but he has to watch out. There are some threats here. For example, if you just go knight h4 to try to attack the queen, I'll just take the rook and be safe. But maybe it had to be tried. Guess knight takes h7 to keep the initiative going. But now maybe knight h4 might be strong. Okay, he takes the rook. He might be thinking that he can take the knight now, but rook h6 then actually is mate. I can sidestep or I can take. Don't see actually what's wrong with just taking. 92, some checks. I'll just sidestep. Note that the queen is also covering here. Ah, you missed the mate in one. Cannot take because of the pin. And he had no smothered mate here, even if he had a rook, because the queen was covering on f2 as well. That was my previous thought. But then he just moved into mate in one. Okay, Spinal Tap. The International Master. Let's play d5 and play g6. Just playing my regular system, but then with black. So I'm a move down, but he didn't push for a quick e4, so it should be better for white still. Let's go knight b4 to take this bishop out, because yeah, I was just about to say, he probably is going to place for a quick h5. Okay, so let's go bishop h5 to block h5. Also attack the queen, and if you take here, I can take here to arrest your bishop. And then if he wants, he can sack the queen, but he probably won't do that. Okay, so f3 played. Now I guess I can go for h6. Then bishop takes, pawn g5, bishop. Okay, I'll just go for this. Let's see if he wants to go for this forcing stuff. I just place positional. c6, I guess. And if knight c7, I'll probably just move the rook, or even just develop the bishop and trade the knight for the rook. Should be okay. Right, I'll go bishop f5. There are some can take here, and there's some problems. He's outplaying me, at least positionally speaking. Knight e3, rook h3. Probably just works for him. So I'll go knight h7. And I guess maybe king h8, rook g8. King h8 looks useful. The knight is coming to g3. Looks almost busted. Guess I'll take here. To create something, or at least to try to create some pawn mess around the king. Now I kind of regret my plan of king h8, because then maybe I could have played something else. But just not spotting his positional threats. Okay, let's go rook, c8. Let's take. Yeah, okay, but now maybe I have time to set up some defense. The long diagonal will be very important. Okay, so let's go knight b3. And d4. Because I don't want to allow his bishops to go to c3 and d4, basically to put pressure on this square. What is this? He wants knight g6. Okay. I'll just put a pawn on g6, I think. Or allow knight g6, also a possibility. I'll allow it and go king g8. You can take here with the queen or with the knight, both seem viable options. Knight d4, cover e6. I think I have to take with the knight because pawn g6 is such a threat. And for now I'm sort of breaking free a bit. But there might be tactics that I'm missing. But his queen is under pressure, so he might feel the urge to deal with that, and that might give me some time to put pieces on the board. And also this knight is a bit awkward, so open for attack. Yeah, so pawn g6, I have to deal with that, otherwise I made it. So I guess I'll take it. Take again. Now the question is, can I take the queen? Probably not. But it must be calculated. I'll go queen a5, maybe he uses the bishop to block. Then I can take the queen, I feel. Because now knight f4 I can go back. Oh no, I cannot go back, I missed something. Oh, now I can go here. I thought he had to go knight f4 and then he had rook takes h6 ideas, winning the game. And this is just mate. Let's see if I'm right. So here knight f4 should win the game. I'll check with the computer quickly. Oh, it's not actually. Ah, then this is covered. Ah, yeah, I just missed that. Wow, that's easy. Okay, so I'm just better here. Alright. Well, funny. But a nice game. It's always funny to play or interesting to play against strong chess players because they have a different way of approaching the game. Hey, Sykes on Firefly, thanks for the follow. And as you can see, I'm considered by some players that I'm quite positional, or at least positional sound somewhat. And then after the material was low, no trades were allowed. He was just outplaying me completely. Yeah, if you take with the queen, you have a really good position there. But now this feels a bit like trouble. Maybe not. Maybe still not losing or something, but just troublesome. Problems for your king. Bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4, knight takes e6. Am I made it here? I think I'm not, so I'll just go for this. If he takes, there might be some bishop takes bishop at h2, knight at g4 line. But I feel like I should be able to defend that. We'll see. Maybe I have to play some in between move. Let's see, if takes, bishop h2 takes, knight g4 takes with check. Got a block on h4. Rook takes h4. Takes g3. Ooh, that's actually just winning, I think. But yeah, will he see that? That's the question. I'll just go for this and we'll see what he does. Oh, he moves there, that helps, I think. Because then I can play this and take the queen with check. King e8 was way more powerful. Okay, now let's defend. I'm not sure if bishop h2 was major, but felt like it was if I went there. We'll check. Okay, let's defend this and then just be quick in the attack. Just go e4, d5. Go after the light squares. If he takes with the knights first, I have knight at g5. If he takes with the bishop first, I can just take and go king h2. Ooh, knight g5 is sloppy, by the way. I should have just played knight e5. Feels like it's winning more cleanly after, let's say, oh, it goes here. Okay. Let's just take the bishop. Knight f4, bishop f5, lots of threats. Then he should be losing here. But yeah, I have not a lot of time. Okay, knight f4 now. And pawn f5. Lure away one of the defenders of g6 or e6. Okay, let's take. And now we should have enough threats to mate next move, or at least start a mating sequence next move. But so far he's been defending correctly. So yeah, what to do here with black, it's really hard. Okay, he takes. So now the knight is no longer here. But okay, new threats do arise. No checks. I want rook f6, queen g7. Let's see what he plays, and then I should react quickly and I should have a mate in time. If rook takes, queen takes, and otherwise like this. Alright, 2 seconds to spare. But looking at the tournament situation, well, Blitzer joined a bit late, noticed, but he won all his games except one. Against Tornon, he beat me. He beat Tornon another time. Beat strong players. And Tornon is also up there in King Switcher. As we speak about him, I get him again. Again with the white pieces. Or he has the white pieces and I have the black pieces. Hey Borneus, welcome. So let's see if he repeats bishop c4. He does not. Still think e6 is supposed to be the move. Get a bit of a passive game here with black. Okay, knight e4. Okay, just bishop e7 seems okay. Now I feel like pawn g4 looks okay. But then again it might not. Could also go again for this knight b4 maneuver. Let's try it again to trade bishops. And then go bishop g6. Yeah, okay, king switcher could play for bishop e5 here. I could take, play rook g8. If rook g8, what does he do? Take and play bishop h6, then I can take on g2. So I think I'll play rook g8. Not take on d3 just yet. It's possible next move. Or he has to play bishop b5. Then probably block or something. But even when the king is not castles, bishop at a pawn here or pawn here, such a disruptive move. Okay, I guess take. I was thinking pawn f6, maybe it's necessary to play. But maybe I can also just take on g2. Ah no, queen f3 if I take on g2. So I have to go here. If takes g2, queen f3 would fork my rook as well as f7. So I have to do something about these knights first. Just kick him back a bit or make him sacrifice, and then I need to defend more, but for now the rook is better on g8, doing a task defending the back rank. That's a nasty one. If I take here, he takes here. I'll take here. Knight at g7, I guess. Yeah, knight at g7 is an issue. So I'll have to move this knight. A knight on g7 will be very problematic. But now I might have allowed knight takes f6 stuff. Bishop takes h7. My king is just in trouble in a lot of these lines, and I need two moves to castle. So safe to say I won't castle. Yeah, he finds this and goes for it. Okay, so rook takes g2. Oh, rook takes g2. Queen f3. If pawn g6, I probably take here. I'll have to go for that. He played really quickly though, so maybe he has something in mind. We'll see. And otherwise I'm just lost. But we'll see what happens. I have to take it, of course, because otherwise he can promote. No, now he has queen f4, yeah. Or queen f3, taking the rook. Okay, but block on f5, then I have knight c2 maybe. But my king is in trouble. Okay, let's see, knight c2. King, yeah, I just have to go for knight c2. Can think about it long or short, but it has to be this. '92, yeah, I can take it. Is there some sort of move order trick? Knight e3 takes, doesn't work as well. Okay, I'll go pawn here. Alright, thanks for the follow, Vincent Memphis. Okay, let's try this. Probably that, but he has to prove it. Hey man, welcome. Pawn here, move here. Yeah, if he gives me a rook, I might have some chances with a rook on the back rank or something. But yeah, he still should have this. Queen f8 and block with the knight, keep the rook in hand. Ah, bishop f8, what a nice move. Well spotted. Wherever I go, it's mate in one. Really nice. If here the queen is covering c6, so also queen e7. Basically every other square then takes is f7, e7 is mate. Well done by King Switcher. Good game. Nice to play King Switcher a bit in a bit slower time controls. Okay, let's see if we can push for first. Then I have to win these types of games quickly. Okay, let's trade. Knight here, win a pawn, or queen g3, knight e2. If the queen moves, probably just d5 and ignore the rook at all. Or just bishop f3 is also interesting. Interesting try to win quickly. I'll try bishop f3. He cannot take it because I mate. If he does, okay, initial plan failed there, but now I'll just take everything on g2, I think. I'll just take here. Let's try this. And bishop g5. Try to win the queen. Yeah, and now he is in a bit of spot where to move the queen or just take here. It's a fine move to take the bishop, but he's gonna move. I'll go here then. Expect block with knight. I'll take the bishop. Let's go here, knight d4. And then I want to go bishop f3. Let's not pre-move, by the way. Okay. King g2 forced. If you go king g4, you're mated in 1. With bishop f3, so you have to go king g2. Okay, goes there, then I'll go here. My opponent wants to draw. Let's decline. Now if he moves here, I've made. If he moves here, I can take h3 as well, and if he moves here, I can take g3 and knight g4 and then take h3. So he's in all kinds of trouble here. I'll just take h3. King g1 is forced. And now I'm threatening queen g2, queen h2 mate, and also pawn at h2 mate. And yeah, that's too many threats for him to deal with. I'll take this one. Queen g2 was probably also made. Just trading queens and going knight e3. Now the game takes a little more time. Alright, here we go. And that's it. Okay, not the quick win I was hoping to get. But we'll see. Hopefully turn on king switcher slip up as well. And yeah, feeling fine so far, so I'll just keep on playing and then we'll see how long because it's almost midnight here, so we'll see how long I feel like playing on. As usually if there's a good chance of winning the tournament, that helps a bit in the motivation, of course, to keep on playing. Going after g7. He's not taking it. That's a good move. Okay, this is looking good in terms of winning quickly. Because there are checks everywhere. Alright, that's a quick one. That's what we need to push forward. And King Switcher is playing Pekin M and Tornon is playing Blitzer. So that means that hopefully we have some time to push. pick up the pace as well. Okay, quick h5. Watch out for the knight takes d5, pawn e5 trick. So actually the best move probably here is bishop e7. Ah, he finds it. Well done. Okay, so trade some more. Try to get in. Maybe knight f6 was better first. Right, let's go knight h4. Because knight f6, knight g7, take this one. There's no defender left around the king. And the king is on f8. Weakened. Okay, but now we get a bishop to work with. Can take here now. Take with the bishop, knight g6. Wins the queen. And if you take with the queen, I can take the pawn, and I sacrifice the pawn, a piece for 2 pawns. So not really that much of a sacrifice. As well as pressure on e7. Okay, so favorable position here for me. Let's start with the check. Okay, pawn here, knight f4 next. That's a queen. And that's mates. I think it's on auto queen, so if you have auto queen on, you have to hold control, and then you can make your pick of pieces. Alright, so let's see if we can who we play next. Maybe king switcher or Tornel again. Tornel's on the break. Bake here and M. Alright. With the berserk, let's play d4. Usually have good results with d4 against him. So he copied me so far, but there's only as far as you can copy, of course. And you have to deviate at some moments. Okay, let's go g4. See if he wants to make the sacrifice. Yeah, he does. Let's go here. Thanks, Borneus. I'm doing... I'll try. We're close, indeed. Almost played f3. That would have been a big blunder, since it allows mate in 2. So I'll go here and knight e5. Maybe e6, knight g6, something. But he's defending good so far. Okay, let's take on d5. h6 is open. Pawn h3, I want to take d5, I think. Pawn f3, okay. Different approach. Okay, I'll go here first. And now I'm forking a rook, and a rook is really strong. But it's a bit opportunistic because I didn't calculate this move. He goes for it, so he might have something. Takes. We'll just see what happens. What happens happens. Thanks for the follow, Marius D. I think I'm busted with g3, yes. Takes here. He has just so many knights. Unbelievable. The idea is to make him use all the knights and then go king h2. And not allow a knight being dropped on g4 with check. So what if I take? I'm missing. What if I take? He just was desperate because he was running out of time. Okay. King switcher again with black. That's a bummer a bit. I was hoping after two black games I might have gotten a white game against him. Especially against such a strong player as king switcher, black is indeed a disadvantage. But we'll see. King switcher is not that booked up. Same as me. I'm also not that booked up. So that might be. That's helpful. I don't know how much, but it's helpful. Okay, I'll take and go knight b4, I think. Thanks for the follow, Bozzy 005. Right, I'll go here. Yeah, just flag him, Borneus, indeed. Sometimes you just have to be practical and just flag him. Especially in these non-increment stuff. Okay, well, we've got a game. It's supported one as well for the tournament because we are both on streak and Tornal isn't. So whoever wins this takes it away a bit. Ooh, pawn h6 again, coming with pawn h6. Queen h4 maybe. Gotta try queen h4. Ah, you flagged Cuban. Yeah, Cuban, International Master Cuban, indeed. I've seen him play. Indeed, he's a strong player. You should. And when people berserk, yeah, if you flag him, you should not feel sorry. Also, if you flag any, it's just part of the game. I guess take. But this is all really risky. Okay, so he takes there. I have to take back. Could have taken on f2 maybe, but this just feels right. Okay, I guess I'll take. And bishop f4. Yeah, bishop f4. Bishop g5 also possible, but now I can just maybe take the knight. That's if he decides to block with bishop e3, or just take the bishop. Alright, so let's see. Knight f5 is coming, but is it such a strong threat? Probably I should take it seriously. Okay, let's put some defense here. If knight f5 I can take here and take e4 maybe. And also it gives me the option to maybe move the queen, and f6 is no longer a problem with check or something. The bishop just seems natural here. And if he goes bishop d4 I can take bishop f4 again. And also b2, just taking b2 is also probably a threat. Pawn d4 looks interesting. I'll just take and go bishop f6, I think. This knight is covering c7, so now queen takes c7. And just repeat. If bishop here, take, bishop f6, repeat. And this knight is holding everything together. Ah, you beat him in the shield arena. Ah, nice. Then you helped me win it by beating one of my opponents. Okay, so queen a3. So knight d5 is annoying. Is it really annoying? That's the question. Okay, let's go pawn f4. Let's get on the aggressive. Sack the queen. Maybe pawn d2 in between. Not sure yet. I would like to preserve maybe the option to go bishop at d2 if I have a bishop. Every win against my contenders is important. Okay, queen g4 probably forces bishop f3, but a queen f4 maybe. Let's go queen f4. e2 is something. Let's go knight f2. Let's watch out that I'm not made it. Yeah, I can take the rook now. 92 mates. Just pawn d2, I think. Yeah, and I'm just winning on time, just not get mated. But rook a1 was already made, because he has no blocker. Alright, chill. Happy with that. Tough games against the king switcher today. But we got him. Important win. Alright, Hazar again. Let's risk it. Go berserk. Actually, I'm 20-0 versus Hazar, but I don't feel like that represents our games. Hazar is a solid 2,000-2,100 plus chess Crazyhouse chess player. Thanks, Bornius. Yeah, happy with that indeed. Okay, so knight f3. Let's go bishop g4. And white goes bishop b5 or bishop e2. And now you have somewhat freer development. Normally the problem with this system is that your bishop is on d7, but now it's on g4. Let's push for h5 immediately. But yeah, white also sometimes try to go knight ge2, and then if you put your bishop on g4, you just get kicked with f3. So that's the little subtlety in why I chose for bishop g4 this time. And sometimes I just put it on d7. Alright, let's push. Basically, I'm saying here with black, if you don't do anything, I'll just push my pawn all the way to h3. Okay, so I think this is necessary. It's a bit there might be some problems on f7, so therefore bishop here. If he now tries to block to open up the f file, I'll take knight takes d4. And if here knight takes d4, he can take, and then problems on f7 maybe. Okay, so queen b5. Looks like a good move. I think maybe I'll just have to play rook b8 here. Then knight f4, I can take here, okay, rook b8. So far so good by my opponent. Yeah, that pawn was hanging. Indeed. We need to get creative then. Idea is to go knight e2 and bishop f3. He might go for some knight at f6. I'm not sure how that turns out for me. I guess I'll have to take it twice and then hope I'm not mated, but I might be mated. Alright, let's go. Whoa, whoa. The mouse just stopped on c3. Maybe I need to change the battery or something. Ugh. And my position was already not that good, maybe, but now it's just with the slip, it's, yeah, I should be lost. I got the queen away from e2, so there might be some swindle opportunities there. Trying to take yeah, okay, maybe some hope still. Threatening the queen. He might get nervous. Just Borneus, he might just get nervous because he's 20-0 down, that he's finally winning his game, and then he might he might choke. I don't know. So far, he's still playing correct moves. Let's take. Ooh, knight takes e6, missed knight takes e6. But alright, we'll keep on moving and try to flag. How am I not mated? Let's go f6. I'm still alive. It's crazy. Ah, he finds the mate. Is he in time? Oh, he flags. Wow. He had mate in one. Okay. Unlucky mouse slip. And after that, my opponent deserved to win the game. Played a nice attack, but got lucky in the end. Wow. Yeah, lol, power of Wakanda. You called it. You called it though. And we go 21-0. All right. Dutchy. Let's play 5 minutes against him. Too strong. Okay, castle. Knight takes d2 as a move. Get d4. Yeah, it's this is an example of where you have to know some theory. You have to know that it's okay to delay capturing the knight on g2. Okay, now knight's here in between. If you take, I can take this, and if you don't take, I can take it as well. And I have an overwhelming position. Let's see how to move on. Okay, I guess maybe knight or d5. 3 knights in a row. And just queen d8 and pawn a6. Okay. Quick win against Dutchy. Not used to that. He usually gives me a really hard time. But yeah, this was just a trap he walked into. And I think bishop e6 is just the wrong move there. And yeah, quickly opening the center and leaving the knight in front of your king. That's usually okay because the knight cannot check you from in front of the king. So it's actually helping you. It's defending you more than it's attacking you. So you can leave it there for a while and take it later. Of course, it's a rule of thumb, so don't always check if it's possible. Oh, maybe I should take now. If he goes knight h2 or something, just move back. Okay, now I'll try for pawn h3. Borny is saying now easy win the tournament after such, yeah, maybe after that lucky getaway against Hazar. Now it should roll my way. Going here to trade a knight. Later on, let's go queen d7, bring the queen into play. If pawn g2 I take and go pawn g4. $5 chess, thanks for the follow. And welcome to the chat, hi. I'll take. guess knight f5 maybe. No, let him take here is bad. I should have just sacked immediately. Oh, he takes with this. That might be alright for me then. Not played this game like it should be played, but I have some chances. His king is a bit open. Oh, you're an international master, $5, yes? You're thinking, what the hell's happening? Okay, so bishop e2 now. I want to clear all the heavy pieces around the back rank. Yeah, e6, and then play knight e2. So now I can also already take this, trade the queen. Yeah, and now knight e2 is a mating threat if he takes the queen. So he has to deal with that first, and then I can move the queen or try to create a new mating threat. I don't know much English, man. Alright. Well, welcome anyway. Borny has won one lucky game in the Racing King Shields, and then you dominate. Yeah. you need to have luck. And then all your opponents think, well, he will be lucky all the time. I'll just give up doing my best against him and play next. Yeah, so if you take rook at g1. I don't have a title, $5 chess. I'm just I'm just 2100 level in regular chess. FIDE rated 2110 maybe now. I don't know for sure. I haven't checked. All right, Buckfish. Let's see if he goes for h6. So you see we have similar opening. Now let's just go for this. Push g4. Let's push g4. Put the bishop back maybe. Could have gone queen c1 maybe. Maybe it was better. Okay, but now he has prevented it. But now I also have the bishop on g3, so I have these squares covered. Buzzy, what are the main strategical differences? Yeah, that's a tough question, man. I think in chess you try to create strong squares for your pieces. Like this would be a strong piece in chess because f6 is weakening, but now f6 is not weakening. If you follow that thought. So you try to, in Crazyhouse, you're much more focused on king safety. Because your king can get sacrificed on again and again and again. So king safety is much more important strategically than for example pawn structure. Let's take a7 then. Maybe I should have played c4 first, because he has some threats here. So for example now I'm not focused on losing a piece, but I'm just focused on my king safety. If he takes, I replace the pawn. Ooh, that's a bit of a mistake. Because now bishop e4, bishop f5, looking at a e4. Thanks, $5, yes. Let's put a pawn here. Yeah, so bossy, to come back to your question, it's a bit hard to explain the strategical differences, but I think king safety is much more important. And Crazyhouse is just almost every game is about tactics. And certainly at the till almost the top level, it's about tactics. When you see for example 12-teen or Jasugi playing Jan Li or Karask or something like that, then you can talk a bit about strategical concepts in Crazyhouse. But most of the games, there's just no time to go into strategical topics because you have to focus on tactics. Okay, so he's trying to go f3. I'm trying to go after g6. We'll see who's first. Let's defend. Ooh, I'm in a pickle. Queenie. I'm also losing on time almost. Talk too much maybe this game. But alright, we'll go quickly. Maybe we'll save it. But probably not. Looks losing for me. Because there's also no attack for me. And yeah, he can even just defend for a bit. I have no mating threats at all. So maybe I should just resign and play next game. But also he has made some mistakes before, so I'll play on. Because knight, for example, this move is not so convincing. If he moves the queen, I can play pawn at g3, and if he keeps on thinking 20 seconds per move, yeah, it's hard to flag indeed when I'm half a minute down, but already it's coming back to half a minute, so already saved a minute. Oh, that doesn't help. I should just take the queen and let him mate me. Ooh, rook at g1 walked right into that. Oh, that should have been a pawn. Okay, now I'm dead. Quickly. Back on track. I like this move fix guy. already, because he's playing fast. Yeah, it happens, Borneus. I'm playing good Crazyhouse, and well, after 3.5 hours, you're gonna make mistakes. But in general, I'm playing strong today, so happy with that. And we'll see who in the end wins. I think Tornon is on a break, or he's just falling behind. Alright, that's a checkmate. Again black, wow. Alright. Not happy. But we'll have to make something of it. Let's go e6. I guess we're both playing a couple of games, and then we both have again the same amount of whites and black turns. And then we get paired again, and then he gets white. Alright. Yeah, if we go bishop b4, I think queen g4 is really good. So let's not go bishop b4. I guess just take queen h4. Idea is to go knight takes e5. And otherwise just queen e4. And bring the queen back later. He wants to trade. Alright, I'm okay with trading. I guess knight d5 is good. If c4, I can go queen at c3, so he won't go c4. He might try knight at b5, but then a6. So bishop d2, I think queen b2 to try to catch some material. He can also try to go straight for my king with knight here. Alright, I'll try to play for material, and then he figured that I was going to play this. Let's keep on putting the queen on the board. And he can try queen d3, yeah. I think I'll move back actually. Try to go there. He can play knight at e3 to cover, but then I can take. So okay, castles. And yeah, I'm just not developed yet. So I'll try to go d6. So now, yeah, basically just like in chess, I put my queen out a bit too early. He doesn't have to take on d6, of course. He can also harass my queen. Maybe I think h3 or something is a useful move. And if he attacks my queen, I'll probably always go queen g6 back. So he can also try to cover the retreat by going knight at g5 or something. Alright, he decides to go c4. Take, knight takes. And not a good mess for me. I'll go here then. But yeah, white should have upper hand here. There's some... Yeah, you can just see his development is more natural. And my pieces aren't doing nothing yet. Especially the bishops. And now he can think about when he wants to trade here, and if he really wants to trade here. He can take... I'll take with the bishop, he can take with the knight, and then he can put a bishop on g3 and just be very safe and solid, and from there on he can build on his advantage, but he needs to move a bit quicker than he's doing now. Okay, he's playing what I suggested. And he won a pawn, okay. Thanks for the follow puzzles and puzzles. I need to speed up, because basically flagging is my only chance now. If you're looking at the position. But he knows, guys. He knows I'm trying to flag. we might have a chance now. It's a 92 ideas. We're close, we're close. Ah, too slow. His attack was just overwhelming, but I might have missed a mate there. But then I was taking too much time to figure it out, and then it was just a flag battle, and his position was better for that one. Alright, so sadly we lost. And now King Switcher is in the driver's seat to win the tournament. Since I only get 3 points for next game if I win, and he gets 4 or 5. So we have to play it really quick. But we'll try. Yeah, this tournament will be interesting indeed, Borneus, this ending. But I'm backing King Switcher to take this. He has the speed to win games quickly as well. Thanks for the follow, Art64. And I'm speculating this game, by the way. But it's working so far. I have to play a6, I guess. Alright, now push e4. Push, push, push. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Close this game already. That's helpful. Yeah. It's really dark here in the wardrobe. He's missing a lot of chances, but alright, we have made. He had 97 for a long time. I'm playing very opportunistic, but I just need to win quickly. And if I lose, yeah, doesn't really matter. Only 8 minutes on the tournament clock. Move, please, move. Only move is king a2. I might drag it out. No, I'm not in the closet. Nice joke, Earth64. I think Baga 33 is in Team King Switcher. Thanks for the follow, Jay Sang. Yeah, this is sad. All right. Yeah, he's really stalling. You can see he's online here. Normally, if this happens too long, a player gets offline. It could, of course, be that he is not really stalling and he got called away for emergency or something like that. We have to take that in account, but most of the times he's stalling, and it's just a really unfortunate moment for me. Jay Zhang asking if I played against bots. No, not so much. There weren't any. The bots. There's only recently development in that the bots are better than humans because people put time in developing Crazyhouse bots. But before, um, people were not that concerned with bots, and bots were could be beaten by by humans. Yeah, indeed, Borneus. It's the last move. Last move he got called away. Okay. So our hope is now with Andre Timer. And we got Bugfish. Maybe I should have played e4 against Bugfish. I'll go with Bishop g5. Okay, we have this trick again with knight takes d5. And we have a fork. You could also just move the queen back, but then I want a pawn and go knight f4 and just win a pawn here. Knight takes d4, I take, and bishop b5 if you take twice. Okay, now I can take twice, but I have bishop e5. But he's playing it all correctly. And I just want to play quickly. Try to gain initiative. Knight at h5 probably is not the best, but just want to play quick. I take on f6 first because otherwise he can take he can take with his knight on f6 on d5, and there's no longer a fork. So that's why. Knight f5 take. Bishop takes h7. Some threats. But if King Switcher wins this game, King the finisher, I said almost. That would be a lethal combination, I guess, if those paired up. But as King Switcher wins this game, he is winning the tournament, because I only win 3 points and he wins 5. So my idea here is to go pawn f7 and force the king to the d file, and then I can take the knight with check. And now if he takes with the queen, I can also take the knight. I guess I'll opt for rook at d7 first. If blocks, knight e5. Ah, he lost his game. That's good news for me, because now he needs to win a game in 1 minute 32. It's possible, of course. So we're still not celebrating. Hard to find a square for the queen now. Guess I'll go here and take. Yeah, bishop e7, king takes rook here. It's not made. We have to go for this anyway. King switcher 1. Wow. I need mate quick. But my opponent doesn't approve. And now King Switcher won the tournament. He won a very quick game. But good job to him. Congrats. We have to be... yeah, sadly, I'm just a bit sad about the last game where my opponent just almost certainly stalled the game. And of course he can use his time, that's why there's a clock, but yeah. That makes me more angry than the King Switcher won. He totally deserved to win, of course. Alright, so we'll have to defend this game, and maybe I'll be able to. Probably not. He should play queen at g2 or queen at f3 normally, but now queen at g2 and I just pawn here. Well played. Alright. Congratulations to King Switcher. Alright, and that leaves us with the tournament, and that's also 4-hour stream. So that's gonna be it for me, guys. I invite you to be online tomorrow. I'm not there, but I hope there's someone commenting. If you go to the calendar of Crazyhouse, you see that there is variants only versus Penguin GIM, also GM Andrew Tang. So there will be a Crazyhouse World Championship match tomorrow. maybe you can check it out if you have the time, and maybe OKE or Jan Lee will stream. All right, I think I'll raid Helm's Knights. So looks like she's playing Bughouse, so I hope you have fun there. And I'll hope to see you next time. Thanks for all your comments and sticking around. I hope you enjoyed the show.